Up, live, and it's time for day 2 of the Tipathon. And we're starting out in not a great position. I mean, we made it to day 2, but we really need to make it to like at least day 4 for this to have been worth it. Because, yeah. Only about an hour 18 left on the clock. The clock is still paused. I don't believe there have been any contributions to increase the clock since ending stream last night. But just as a reminder, I'm doing a Tipathon, which is basically just a subathon, but focusing more on tips rather than subs. And as a result, the main way to contribute is via tips, however you want to say it. $1 adds 2 minutes to the clock, and for every $50 contributed, an extra 30 minutes will be added to the clock. And that does stack, so $100 would add 1 extra hour. Bits are not quite as efficient. Less than half, actually. They are, 80%? 100 bits will add 48 seconds, and then subscribing is by far the least efficient because I'm trying to prioritize tips over anything going to Twitch. So a tier 1 sub only adds 2 minutes. But bulk gift subs will add for every multiple of 5, add extra. So, yeah, the best way to add time is to just tip directly. And of course, I'm not just streaming asking for tips and giving nothing but the stream in return. There are some goals, and they have been updated, actually. They are worth looking at again. As you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the stream, the next goal is actually changed from being $150 to $100, so we are now only $40 away from that goal. And somewhat in its place, but also somewhat pushed back a little. At $175, I will commit to doing a Satisfactory Update 8 stream after the end of the Tipathon, probably starting next week at the earliest. And it will put an extra 2 hours on the clock. Those extra 2 hours will only be added if the goal is met by the end of today. But if we actually make it to day 3, considering I went ahead and lessened the goals for today, you might be able to expect something to be changed for tomorrow. But let's see how today goes first. Also of note, I moved the $500 goal up to $269, the $750 goal to $420, and the $1,000 goal to $669. Yes, I know there's a bunch of memes in there, but all of the goals have been brought down in cost, and an extra goal was added. So there's a lot more bang for your buck in a sense, if anybody is willing to help out and keep this Tipathon going. Also, I don't know that this is worth much of anything, but sometime in this month, I don't know when, because I'd have to go searching very deep into my archive of old files and such from previous OS installs and whatnot. But sometime in August 2013, 2013? Yeah, 2013 was the very first time I streamed, which means we are coming up on 10 years of me being on Twitch as a streamer. My account is already over 10 years. I think mid-September will be 11 years of age. In fact, can I? Registered 10.8 years ago. September 14th, yeah, okay. So, yeah, we're coming up on 10 years of streaming. Not consistent, obviously. Only been consistent for the last 3.5 years, roughly, since I got affiliate. But, yeah. I don't want the Tipathon to end today. I have a feeling it will, but please, prove me wrong. I almost don't want to start the timer, but I need to start the timer. I'm gonna launch the game before I start the timer. So that, at the very least, the timer is going only during the gameplay. Granted, I'm not gonna pause it during the break, but never mind that. Yes, I will still be taking a break, even if there won't be much time left on the clock when that happens. Okay. I clicked the button to load it, and nothing happened. But it's loading now. Let's switch over to here. Enable the capture of both video and audio. Let's give the game a second to load. Go. Yep. Alright, let's resume the timer, and hopefully it won't end in an hour 18. There it goes. Yeah, new end time, 9:25 p.m. Eastern. Let's get back to what we were doing yesterday, I guess. Round to load in. Do you mind? Every time. Bye, train. Yeah, if you missed it yesterday, obviously there was a blueprint designer set up at my base, but this was more or less what I accomplished. Not completely done. But this is... Hold on, let me get this adjusted a little bit better. Okay, good enough. Yeah, this is the packaging and unpackaging sections of my gigantic factory that will be building a bunch of computer and computer-related parts, as well as doing a bunch of fuel generation. And because it was determined that based on the recipes I had, that the best course of action was to take advantage of diluted packaged fuel, and I decided to just go with it. I needed 62 packagers for packaged water and 62 packagers for unpackaging packaged fuel. When I left off the stream yesterday, I was just wrapping this up. So, a better place to start than reminding myself of how I did this. Yeah, I mean, that works. Basically, I have to keep this open because of the pipes. So what I was doing was bringing this to snap one off, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, rotated around the correct way. And then bring it up to the maximum height possible, make sure it's in the right direction, and then place it. And then the same thing over here. And then basically what I can do at that point, midpoint is here, so give me some ceiling mounts so I can do this. And of course I can't get it to snap, so just manually align that. Then I can delete the splitter. Well, delete everything but the splitter. Run these over this way, fall into the water. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Huh? right? Could have been right. Odd. Guess I just miscounted. Yep, because the other one worked fine. And now I can take this, run it to just before being in line here, offset it slightly, and then run it in. And then run this down to the same point. Fall in the water again. And on flashlight, so it's a little brighter up there. Get it moved up to the top row there, and then just basically repeat on this section. And I'll be done with at least this part of this area. Right here. There to there. Start there, run there. Splitter. More or less in line. It doesn't have to be exactly perfect. I'm not that picky about it. Just as long as it's close enough. I was thinking, surely one of them maybe I messed up on, but both of them? No. Confusing a splitter with a merger, though, that, yes, that I can see myself doing. Then just take this, run it over to there, snap it in, and there we go. So that is both levels now as the train comes flying down the hill. Both levels now complete with routing the empty packages around from this side. You can see it's the same thing down here. Yeah, whatever. And then putting them back in over here. Because that's where they need to go. Now, the next part of this is setting up 62 refineries for diluted packaged fuel. Part of what I did yesterday was this. I'm trying to remember exactly how I did this. Okay, I think I see. However, clearly I'm gonna need some more. I need to go over here. Oh. Let's just get up to 32 refineries for the time being. So, that. Okay, what do I need? Do I need any copper sheets? Yes. I'm gonna run out of inventory space. Always annoying how you can't slide up 2-meter ramps at all. Like, I get why, it makes sense, they are pretty steep, but at the same time, like, it's not like your momentum runs out immediately, right? If you're running and then you go into a slide, you should have at least some momentum rather than going straight to crawling like this. Okay. Can I see just by looking at the blueprint? Okay, so this is the side that I want. Of course, I'm on update 7 still, so I don't get the luxury of blueprints and all their fancy new features on update 8. No, this is not the right place for that. How about if I try doing the left? Hopefully that's right. Just give it a second to build everything. It builds in stages. Belt is flowing this way, which is what I want. I am a little far forward, though. Or rather, back. Well, that belt wasn't entirely correct. Let me go fix that before I go bulk placing things. I think that's everything, though. Yep. I wonder why it was like that. Couldn't have been. Unless... You know what it might have been? Wait for the ground to load. It might load sometime before it actually visually loads in fully, but... Better safe than sorry. Bit of a swim to get out from under here. Not you. That was left. Yeah, so I think what I did was this. Yeah. And it reverted to that. And if I did the same here, it would do the same. Yeah, okay. That's fine then. Wish I had thought of that before coming over here, but better safe than sorry in terms of checking it like that. Here, if I run off the thing and the ground isn't solid, it's not that big of an issue because the water level's right here. This is the other way, the other place where my main base is. Not only is water level a little bit below, but there's also no real openings anywhere nearby. I mean, I guess there is the river just nearby, but still, it's not ideal. Okay. Yes, I'm on the actual edge of it this time. That should be right. Binary does technically come out, even if it doesn't appear to go all the way out. And if I was to go over here, these are still going the right way? Yes. You aren't gonna wanna, like, properly. You are oriented correctly, but it doesn't want to actually maneuver properly. Okay, I think that's in position right there. Yeah. Hot, please. Wait, so was the time added or not? Oh boy. Thank you for the resubscription, Felipe. Appreciate it. 22 months. I don't think the time was added. Add some more just in case. I mean, if we hit the $175 goal, I'll add 2 hours extra. We just want to verify this real quick though. And I loaded EJ's stream instead of my own. Good job, me. I think it's because it was a, shut up, mate. I think it's because it was a Prime sub that it screwed up. Yeah, no, it definitely didn't add the time. So... What? Oh, I see. There we go. It took a little bit, but we got there in the end. Yeah, thank you for the resubscription, Felipe. Greatly appreciate it. Unfortunately, because this is a Tipathon, not a subathon, as far as the timer goes, not a lot of time was added, but every little bit helps. I'll deal with the belt logic and such later, but that's the start of this side. Oh, I also need to fix this. Nope. It's not as though I don't have the materials for doing all 6. I built one and then scrapped it and built another, so it counted both of those, even though only one of them stuck. Now I have to try and get this built up. I think that is right. And it looks right to me from this angle. I really wish Smart had a system to hold a blueprint in place. Okay. Felipe with the $15 tip on Ko-fi. Thank you very much again, Felipe. You didn't have to do that, but it's appreciated. Again. Is that what you meant when you said let's add more time in just in case? Absolutely not necessary. These are offset, but that's because things are offset. So yes, this is correct. Also, I should add the time. I never got set up with Ko-fi's API or anything, so I have to add that time manually. Subs weren't going to add time and tip instead. Ah. Well, you certainly didn't have to do that, Felipe, but it's appreciated. The reason why I devalued subs so much is because, again, I want to prioritize tips here, because at the end of the day, who needs the money more? Me? Or Twitch? You know? And while a Prime sub isn't necessarily going into the pockets of Twitch, it's still a subscription, so it falls into the same category. We're good. I think that is correct. Looks lined up. Orientation is correct, so there we go. Run back here. Oh, come on. I thought that was the side that you could run through, and apparently it is, but also at the same time it didn't want to let me through. Alright, so hour and a half left on the clock, which means we should go until, well, 9:57. So we've made it a little bit further into the night at least. Once again, Felipe, I'll keep saying this until I eventually stop, but thank you for the support. Alright, shall we do that again? Technically I could do that, but this keeps it aligned in the blocks, which is what I prefer in this instance. As you can see, that's actually how this is done as well. Oh, you're not gonna let me do it. Okay. Fine, I'll just go over here and do it from this side. Okay, not that way. That way is clear, but it does not align, so there. Nice slow poly model. There we go. Can I please? Every now and then it bugs out like that and it doesn't allow you to middle click to select. Forces you to do it the old fashioned way of going to this to middle click. Which I still have a habit of doing every now and again. You'll see me do it that way. Because my first version of playing Satisfactory was Update 4. And I played that for quite a while and got used to that as a result. And just to mention this, these outputs here are packaged water. These refineries here accept packaged water, so guess what? The items from the output over here and up there, they go in here. And also there, and there. And on subsequent builds as well. Yeah, it's perfectly sized to be in those squares. The platforms. And now I'm out of resources. Oh boy. Almost. There we go. And all these have the recipe set. I'll know if the recipe isn't set eventually because the power hookup, which I forgot to include in this blueprint, words are hard. Long story short, it will not actually show as being powered properly. That's honestly okay. I can do it like this now. That's roughly the center. There? Yeah, there. So that's this row of power hookups. Obviously, there's still more to do, but one step at a time. Gotta get used to the motions of pressing all the buttons in the right orders and such for these actions. Not that I have to do them super quickly, but if I can, I might as well, right? I thought I upgraded that. That was not E, that was in fact D. Close enough, right? Not quite. That's more like it. Okay, so that's 32 of the 62, 61.3 repeating refineries I need for this. So let's do that again. Need to go get a bunch more resources though. Again, in theory, I have everything I need to build E1. Sure. Everything I need to build all of the machines for this factory. So I should have excess, if anything. Or the machines, at least, amongst these containers. I think these containers are supposed to have resources for, like, belts and such. I think these are that, because these are for foundations. I know that for a fact because of their... That's all they have, right? It's just the materials for that. So it makes sense. I'm gonna grab a fourth stack and hope that I can fit it. Don't know that I'll be able to. Well, got everything I needed. Just don't have any space to spare. I've got too many of some things, but not enough of others. Just fine. How many panels did this take? I can't crouch. 16. I have 11. Okay, holding control did not work there. Well, I can at least fit in another set there. But should I really bother with that when I'm not going to be able to do that? And I missed that right there. So that leaves me with 4 spaces here to the train station. 3 of which are on the main platform here. Hi, train. Oh. Yeah, I'm only doing that. So it's 10, eh? So that means that if I wanted to put it behind the existing ones, I'd need 20. How does this compare width-wise? It is wider. Feel like if I rotated these 90 degrees so that the inputs were on this side and the outputs. Right, so basically instead of the refineries being like this and like this, they're instead like this and like this. That would extend further that way, but I don't know that I like that. Up, kiosk. I guess what I could technically do then is instead of having the inputs here, basically have the set of 10 deep over here and then have another set here, because that's 16 plus another 11. So that's plenty of space, and it would actually give me more space over here for whatever related to this train station. And basically I have the inputs and outputs on a center row or 2 rows, something like that. Oh, but that's a lot of work to have to tear all this down for that. And I'd have to basically empty my inventory currently so that I actually have the space to do it. Kiosk, this is an extension of the packagers. This is where the packaged water turns into packaged fuel. I feel like what I just said is the best solution, as much as I don't like it, simply because it tidies it all up, basically. One blender. That's a tier 7 or tier 8 thing, right? A while. Let me get the computer factory up and running first, which is what this is supposed to be eventually. Assume that the train station is too far away to get hit. The elevator is not, though, so I have to be mindful of that. How did I miss the upper belt? Let me just dupe some of my cables. Why not? I think that's how you do it. Aluminum? Yeah. Okay. The package recipe can avoid all package items if using the blender alt. I see. Well, not quite to that point. I'm already committed at this point. So, Yep. Well, here's the thing, too, right, Kiosk? I don't have to redo it. Nobody's forcing me to. And since I'm not likely to stream this save on stream, I'm not likely to stream this save on stream. Yes. Not wrong, just not quite. Anyway. Or my mouse speed always decreases when I'm doing this. But yeah, I can just set it and forget it, since I won't probably stream this after the fact. And by the way, if we hit $175 by the end of tonight, actually just in general, but by the end of tonight would be preferred for many reasons. Because for starters, it adds 2 extra hours to the timer that wouldn't be added otherwise. But, $175, I'll commit to starting an update 8 save for the stream. That would start at the earliest next week. I think I'm close enough to that station. I do have to be mindful of it and the power cables. Really, how close are we to the goal? I cannot see that. You know, we're supposed to be closer than it says, but I forgot to add it. So, give me a second. I don't remember the command to add it. Say it yet again. Thanks, Felipe, for the tip through Kofi. Just as a reminder, there are multiple ways to help out. Of course, the Twitch options of subbing and using bits, cheering with bits, are valid. However, they don't add much time to the timer. Instead, the preferred method is a tip, of which there are 3 main ways to do it, 2 of which do go through PayPal. But can't do much about that. But there's Ko-fi, there's PayPal itself, and then also SE Pay or SE.pay. If you're international, i.e. you're not in the US, then at this point in time, I would recommend using SE Pay, as PayPal, as of today, has put their new international fees charge into effect. You know, the currency conversion nonsense. So, I do not believe that SE Pay has that same sort of thing. I believe they're still at their standard rates because they're not PayPal. So, again, if you're outside of the US, that, at this point, I believe, is the more effective way for anybody that uses Stream Elements, at least. Look at that, I've got roughly half of what I need over here, and some of what I... Yeah, note how I went from 128 out of 128, because my inventory was empty. I went from 128 out of 128 to 137 out of 128. Nope, definitely not duping any cables over here. Not at all. No siree. To be fair, well, I don't try and abuse bugs in this game or anything. That is an extremely easy bug to get, basically, because it's just the way that it works. Not like I'm going out of my way to use the infinite item recipe glitch thing. You know? I just built these the same damn way. Why didn't anybody stop me? Damn it, chat. This is definitely your fault, not mine in the slightest. Hello? Oh, they are highlighted. They just weren't highlighting. I also don't know if I'm maybe duplicating the belts because I keep selecting them for deletion and then they just wind up sticking around. Yeah, I always carry a bunch of cables on me as well. Wow, I really did a good job here. Hydrate. You sound angry with us. Have a drink. I don't know what sort of drink you're expecting me to have, but it's only water. There we go. Alright, now to figure this out. Dehydration crankiness. Grrr. That's going that way. Which is fine. This is actually what I want. Hello? I don't understand what's happening there. Some weird blueprint nonsense, I guess. Yeah, that's too far. I think that's okay. Yeah. That's fine. Technically, I could bump this closer, especially since I don't think there's actually anything of importance here. Yeah, I could even reduce them down to a half width thing. Did I just hear a sound from a computer? I don't think this is actually necessary. That was weird. I swear I heard like a Windows bong or something, but yes, bong, ding. Whatever you want to call that sound. On the crap top? I can't tell whether or not the sound is muted, because the main display for that is my main display on the desktop. Not dealing with that right now. Huh. Well, maybe the bot got disconnected from Twitch and the speakers are unmuted, so I heard it. Anyway. That's the belt, and why are you here? Yeah, that's still all connected. Okay. Anyway. That count back up to where it should be. Like right here? No? What? No, that is right. It just doesn't look right to me. Autosave. One of those times I'll select the thing that I actually want to select and it'll actually work. Okay. Now if we select the rights, spin it around. That's too far. That's just right. Which should put this in line with this. It's like that. Got that bug again. I assume that's a bug. I don't know why that would be a feature, after all. Really shitty feature to have the pick button just stop working, you know? I have 10 there. And then leaving a gap of 2, let's say. How many do I have over here? I mean, you're just outside of it, so that's fine. If I go any further than that, I've gone too far. It's an easy way to do it. Let's see, now I need a right. That needs to go right in that corner there, except further back. And then I need another one. You get the right angle on it. Right there. If I go back that way, it starts intersecting with the foundations. Since that's... Got the bug again. Since that's not where I want it, that's fine. And that's in line with this. Cool. Actually hide the HUD for that one so I can see what I'm trying to do here. Try to get everything aligned properly. Looks right. Wow. That didn't work. Ah, I see. So I can't actually connect these because I don't have the wire in my inventory to make it work. Next break time. Already? I guess that does make sense. No, I missed a line. I almost had it done before the autosave, but not quite. That's that one. I still have enough resources for this one. But for the moment, let's go to break. Will this actually be day 14.25 save? Will we make it the full day? I don't know. Oh boy, I was mentioned in EJ's. That's gonna be good. I hope he doesn't raid while I'm in the middle of a break. I don't know if that's what he's going to do, but my name was dropped over there. Anyway, I am going to take a short break. About 5 minutes. Stand up, stretch, and do all that good stuff. I am going to run some ads while I'm away. It's the only time during the stream that I run ads, and by running ads, it will disable pre-rolls so that the gameplay can be completely ad-free. I can't help but notice that the bot didn't message the timer. The fact that we're down to less than an hour. Maybe I didn't have anything for that. I don't know. Oh. That's interesting. Bot gave some debug messages. Anyway, yeah, like I said, short break. Stand up, stretch, and do whatever. Run some ads during it so that we can be ad-free during the gameplay. And yeah, when I come back, we've got less than an hour on the timer, but we'll keep going with Satisfactory. BRB. Alrighty, I am back. I'm just taking a minute to update the bot's script so that it actually does as it's supposed to, because it was supposed to alert for the 1 hour mark, but it didn't. So just give me a second here. In the meantime, if you want to have a look at something, I can type. I cannot. Here's the document. It has all the information you need, including the goals for this stream, for this Tipathon. The bot broke. It's just not programmed super well, honestly, Kiosk. Having to think about these things. That's fine. That should be fine. What I just did, it should work now. If not, I can just check this and see that, nope, not erroring, good. Unrelated reasons the bot is okay. Did you just go and run a certain command in a certain server? Is that what you were doing? Yes. The answer is yes. Uh-huh. Yeah, anyway, we are $25 off the next goal. And $25 would add an extra 50 minutes onto the stream timer. Plus, we are now $100 away from the, sorry, mind blanking while I'm doing things. $100 from the $175 goal, which would not only get us through the rest of the night, I'm pretty sure, but also it would add an extra 2 hours to the timer just for being hit tonight. So very good in that regard. Not to mention, it also means that I will be doing a Satisfactory Update 8 playthrough at some point in the near future on stream. And I have no interest in updating to Update 8 otherwise. But I can play with all the fancy bells and whistles of the new version. And I know Satisfactory performs well on my stream. People like watching it, so I mean, work with me a little bit here and everybody can get what they want, right? Maybe, in theory. Maybe not. Gotta try something, you know? Okay, those are all connected. Those are all connected. Yeah, that's the one thing, Kiosk. I mean, to be fair, Vanilla's getting a lot better with every release. But, I mean, I did this yesterday, and I can show it again. Just the speed with which I can do this and create a giant mass, 13 by 7 by 16 of foundations. Right. I would miss having modded content, but again, Update 8 brings enough changes with it enough updates that it's not entirely a bad thing to be missing out on it. Okay, so that's still just about in line with this. But unfortunately, that is only 32 of the 62 that I need. Yeah, blueprint delete would be extremely helpful with having rebuilt this and also over there as well yesterday. Oh, you know, I'm a genius. I've been playing the game the entire time. Not the entire time, but for the last couple of minutes. And, well, to be fair, all I did was, this. That's all I actually did. I also showed this off as well. The fact that I can do this. Right. But on a much larger scale. Anyway. Professional streamer, everybody. Not really, but it'd be nice to say so. And actually have it be true. Alright. Hope that was right. Gotta wait a second. Yes, it was right. Good. Go and get this put into place. Why did you move? I mean, you can have some level of that kiosk, but as far as the belts go and such, I don't think that's possible. Okay. That should be those bits of it done. Now to do this side, this would be left. Really don't want to have to tear these down, so I'm being extra careful with how I place them. And then finally, the two rights. Right to me. And then finally, the last one. Right there. And in theory, that's it. Although what I'm going to do now is this. Because I need two less than it actually states. So, or it actually states, than have been built. I'm going to take them off of here just because that gives me a little bit more building room essentially right here if I want it. But otherwise, that's it. I do all this extra stuff to connect everything together. But beyond that, all I would have left to do besides the power is to sort out the belt speeds and the piping. Obviously, Mark 1, everything isn't going to be sufficient in most cases. Now, how did that happen? And that one's also offset. That really incorrect? That's one way to get through quickly. Yeah, it's this one that's offset. Okay, so what is that? That is a left. Yeah, I was too fast on it. I didn't spend quite enough time on it, and that's what happens. Oops. Now it's right. Oh, right. Already connected. Oops. Last one for this side. Right there. And then I gotta do this end, of course. Right here. Whoops. That was once again the D key and not the E key. How much time we got left on the timer? 38 minutes. Not a ton. Need somebody to, or multiple somebodies to come in here real soon and help out if the timer's not going to run out by the top of the hour. Be a real shame if that was to happen. Don't need a Mark II for just 2 of them. Again, I removed 2 of them off the back here because they're not needed. I built 64 machines. I only need 61.3 machines. 3. So yeah, no, we don't need the extra 2 there as a result, and thus no need for an extra connector. My inventory is looking decent, low on some things, but that's alright. Now I've got to wire this all up so that it all connects into each other, basically. And technically, if I really wanted to, I could utilize the water below for transporting some resources around. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Forget having all the outputs go into the center there. Not you. Why have them go that way when I can just have them go this way? Hello? You want to connect properly? Well, that's obnoxious. Yeah, it doesn't want to do it properly. Getting the occasional connection. Not what I need it to. There's the autosave. Now I just need to do this side. Bury that power cable. And then once I'm done with this side, I gotta go to the other set. Over that away. Nice clipping. And rework it this way. I'll of course leave these where they are, because I can just send them up and over anything in this area, and then just have them ride above here, since I don't think the belts will be able to carry any more items, most likely. Not with current tier belts that I have. Yeah, the fact that I have 2 separate belt lines here when I could in fact have these merged in just tells you that, yeah, no, I don't have the space on the belts for more items, or at least not a lot of space. Since I'm only working with tier 4, Mark 4, whatever. Been a little while since I played Satisfactory, ignoring last night, alright? Brain foggy. Then just same thing over here. I really wish Smart was working so that I could do this a lot more easily, but it's not. Fortunately, we're almost done with this. One more to go on this side, and then this row over here, and we'll be done. And then it's on to more routing on other areas and such. A lot that goes into one of these factories. Anybody who's played this game knows that. Almost done. There we go. So now literally I can just have these packaged fuels sent along this way and then go in over here. Actually, I think the way that this works... It has an idea. The inputs are the ones that are clear to just go straight in over here. The outputs are the one that has the doubled up pipe end item. And I'm thinking, since there's only 4 packagers down here and then another 4 up top, versus there's 8 refineries doing 60 per minute, basically what I can do is this. Hold on, let me figure out where I can do this. Basically, just like I've done. That's temporary, so it doesn't actually matter. But like that. And then, instead of doing that, what I can do is have one of these right there? Or was it there? No, I think it was there. I'll just do both. Why not? Remove that one, because that's not doing anything. That's a Mark IV. Damn it, the bot missed the... There was supposed to be a 30-minute alert. Is there any erroring? No. Let me just do something real quick. I see. I see why it's not working. That's kind of annoying. Alright, well, I can do this. I'll just do it manually. Why not? If we get to day 3, i.e. tomorrow, that will be fixed. But for tonight, it has to be manual. Which, by the way, we've got less than 30 minutes left on the clock. There's not much left in this Tipathon, and I would greatly appreciate it if that did not happen, because I'm doing this for a reason, you know? Ding. Just like that. Oh, I forgot that that's a thing. Let's see if I do it this way then. That doesn't really leave enough space. No, that interferes. I have to do it the other way. That way it's not interfering with that belt. And this will be a splitter. Like that. And then actually, instead of that, I do this. And then it's basically the same thing over here. No. Something like that. See if it lines up. It lines up. I'm gonna have even more problems doing this on these next few. I mean, fortunately, not fortunately actually, because those are not inset up top. I'm gonna have to do it far out, but I elevated those belts exactly for this reason, so that I don't have to worry about it so much. Okay, just continue this process. And over here, line up with that. Let's just put a temporary one in here just to see positioning, because it makes it easier. You are further out than this one is. You're also offset is why. Oh. That's not right. One of these times I'll get everything lined up correctly. Okay, maybe now? Please? Okay, there we go. From these belts back a long ways, admittedly, but that's alright. We are rapidly approaching the end of the stream at this rate. That's really not a good thing, guys. I know that the people who have contributed already, you guys have contributed what you want to contribute, that's fine. Especially if you can't afford to help out, that's also fine. Everybody's got their own reasons for doing whatever, but I was really hoping to get at least 3 days out of this Tipathon, and it's not looking likely at this rate. And I kind of knew that that would be the case, but one can always hope, you know? I'm not doing this just because I'm trying to, you know, just pad my bank account a little more. I mean, I am, but I kind of really need it. And rather than just being like, hey guys, give me money, I need it, I wanted to return the favor, you know? Just streaming has not gone well enough for me over these last few years, despite doing it consistently, and you know, it is what it is, I guess. There and there, I believe. Please. Love it when it lines up. And then this one I can literally... Oh. Yeah, I can just do it that way, that's fine. Let's not do that again. I don't even think this is correctly lined up. Yeah, it went 5 ticks over instead of 4. Oh. 4 back on it, fair enough. Go faster. I mean, yeah, I do kind of need to go faster. After all, there's like 18 minutes left on the clock. Running out of time. If somebody wants to help out with that, greatly appreciated. We are a whopping $25 off of the next goal, after all. Not much. And more importantly, if we hit the $175 goal, which is admittedly $100 away, but if we hit that goal, I'll do more Satisfactory playing on stream in the near future. Specifically, Satisfactory Update 8. And also, 2 extra hours will be added to the clock. Just for free. If we hit that, odds are this stream will be going to at least late into day 3, if not day 4 at that rate. Oh, well, okay. $150. That's... There it is. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $75, Dingle. That... Okay, we're getting to day 3. Granted, at this point, we're only getting about 30 minutes into day 3, but, how much to play a different game? Tonight? Or tomorrow? Because tomorrow, I don't know. Tonight, I'm not really planning on playing a different game. Yeah, Dingle, thank you so much for that. I do need to do this, though. You did tip over $50, 75 specifically. Damn. That is an extra 30 minutes, so I need to essentially emulate a tip of $15 because there's an extra 30 minutes added for every $50 tip. And that's stackable, so $100 adds 1 hour. So the new end time is actually closer to the end of the first hour of tomorrow's stream. Also, as a result, bot shows it correctly. We have hit the $150 goal. So the new goal is now, once again, just $25 away. And that is the Fresh Satisfactory Update 8 stream save, as I have it written in the document. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen, there is a document. The stream is not ending at 12:57, by the way. It's ending around midnight. That's just... This is just a repurposed subathon script. That's all it is. And if you remember the subathon from last year, or if you don't, that was a 1-day ordeal. So, the timer was built around that. I've got a bit of work to do to fix it. But, yeah. I will be doing a full playthrough of a game I haven't decided on yet at some point in the future. Again, thank you, Dingle, for helping to hit that. And thank you, everybody who's contributed at this point to help get to here. On top of that, I will say thank you, everybody who's just been showing up and watching. I understand that not everybody can contribute. You know, half the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm in a shitty financial situation. And I didn't just want to be like, at everyone, help, please. So, that's why I'm doing this. Also, you can make me stream like 7 days a week. For at least a little while if we get enough people to help out for long enough. Just to say that, does anybody actually want to watch me 4 hours a day, at least 5 days a week, plus FNR and GTA streams? Well, maybe GTA. I don't know what's going to go on for real this time. Sunday. Saturday night. Sunday morning. Hopefully there's actually racing this week, because we took an off week this past weekend, but we'll see. That depends on what I'm watching. I mean, Dingle, I know the answer, but what do you want to watch me play? Because you should know very well at this point that I don't own the games that you want me to play. Alright, this all looks good. You know, honestly, why... Let me think about that. I swear, if I get a Steam pop-up... Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Are we through tomorrow at this point? I don't know if we are or not. Storm, thank you for the $25. Lunch, thank you for the $50. Okay, I'm gonna do these separately just so I don't mess them up. What is the goal that was hit, by the way? We are at 225. So the next goal is a very creative $269. And then as far as the extra time added, so lunch, because you tipped $50, that adds an extra 30 minutes, which is an equivalent of a $15 tip. And then on top of that, as I said, we hit the $175 mark. And then some. Thank you very much, guys. And I will be doing a Satisfactory Update 8 save starting probably next week. And there will be there are 2 hours being added to the clock. So that's $60 equivalent right there. That, day 4, anyone? Note to self, stop adding extra hours for free. I say for free. Stop adding extra hours through meeting goals. It's not for free, but it's extra time that wouldn't have been added otherwise, technically. But I did say I want to give back to you guys as part of helping me out. So. Alright, well. If there's anybody left who wants to contribute, you think it's valid for meeting goals given the size of the community you're working with? Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Very fair point, Storm. It's a very tough thing trying to balance running something like a Tipathon or a Subathon, which, let's be real, at the end of the day, the reason why you run an event like this is to get some extra money. Right? Like, just pull the curtains back completely, everything's revealed. We all know that. In the case of a Subathon, though, it's also to, hopefully give to your community through the generosity of others, because people get subscriptions and thus ad-free on a lot of channels. Emotes, sub-badge, stuff like that. I can't return that favor in that sense because I'm specifically deprioritizing subscriptions as a result, right? Because I want to favor the money not going to Twitch. So I do have to give back a little bit more, and I think bringing down the goals to be a little bit more reachable is definitely helping with that. But it's a very tough game, if you will, of trying to balance those things. Because at the end of the day, I really don't want to be just like, yeah, you guys, give money. Right? That's not how it works. You want to make money in this world, you have to earn it. And admittedly, have I earned $225 in the last almost 6 hours? Probably not. But I hope that I can at least make up for some of what you guys have given over the last 2 days. Some of that. Give something back. Unfortunately, my channel has not grown the amount that I would have liked it to over the last 3.5 years with streaming on a regular schedule, but I also recognize that my style of streaming does not suit everybody's tastes. So that doesn't help. And I'm also a stubborn idiot, which does not help anything either. Speaking of the goals and giving back, though, you know how I've had that silly face cam goal always like way off in the distance, thousands of dollars that's never realistically going to be hit? I don't know if anybody's looked at the document that has all the goals in it, but just to point this out. So we're, what, $44 away from the next goal, $269. That's an on-stream Lego build. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do that. I have to figure out a way to actually afford a Lego set. It's probably not going to be a big one as a result, but if we hit that, I will do that at some point before the end of the year. Because again, I have to get a kit for it and also a set, a Lego set. But also I have to get the camera for it. I figured that'd be something I haven't done before that might be interesting. People might want to watch. But also, if we happen to hit the $669 goal, so another $400 beyond that, which I don't expect to have happen, but if it was to happen before the end of this Tipathon, I just want to point out, that is not only a little road trip vlog, which is more me driving around an area rather than, you know, actually road tripping, so you don't know exactly where I live, it's just I go somewhere in the Northeast and start recording while I'm there, things like that. How much are these outputting? 60? So, the other half of that is that I'll also do a face reveal. You know, the whole face cam thing, I don't want to do it because I don't want you guys to... Honestly, at this point, if you really want to know what I look like, I guess that's fine. I just don't really want to have a face cam. You know? But, at the same time, hitting that goal will make the Lego kit build thing a lot easier. Because I don't have to worry about, keeping my face out of the camera, making sure I'm not on stream at any point, you know, I don't have to worry about it then, because, like, you already know what I look like. What do you do? You'd like to put the money towards not seeing my face? I mean, that's fine. That's completely fine, Lunch. No, but thank you again, man. Thank you very much for the tip, and have a good night. Hope you have a good one. Appreciate you swinging by for a little bit. Sounds like you've seen his face before. Wow. That's just rude. Now, can I snap these to... Yes. Just a hunch. You guys. You know, maybe it's better that I don't give back as much. Maybe I should up the goals again so that they're harder to reach. You guys are jerks. Oh boy, the life of a streamer. Big or small. Good night, Lunch. Yeah, so in case it wasn't obvious before, I typed the thing into here, right? The machines are outputting 60 each. There's 8 machines per side. I only have Mark IV belts at this point, so there's no way in hell I can merge these in with the other ones. So, they're just going to run above the top, and that's also why I reverse these, because I can just send those over. Send them all this way. And then just, you know, route them around. Uncalled for roasting is to be expected, and you've curated a viewership of jerks. It's your fault. My fault, that is. I agree with Kiosk. I'm not... I mean, Dingle, you're not entirely wrong. I have brought this upon myself in a way. Doesn't make you guys any less of jerks, though. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Can I chain these? No. Oh, elevator speed very fast, please. Thank you. Go to floor. You can... Oh, never mind. You can't see anything anymore from here. And we're finally at the top. You know what? Let me just... Let me just put that there. So, yeah, as the bot said, it's time for another break. And, turns out we are gonna see through the entire day. Because there's 8 hours left on the clock. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night at the same time, and then I'm going to be at least starting a stream on Thursday night and going for about half of it. We'll see how far that goes, but for now, it's time for another break. I honestly did not expect to get to this point when starting the stream today. So, to actually have gotten to this point is amazing. You guys, as much shit as I give you guys and as much shit as you give me back in return, I really do greatly appreciate your support. Even if it's debatable as to whether or not I deserve it, this helps a lot. Honestly, Dingle, I don't know what you're talking about. Not know what you're talking about. I feel like I should. It does seem vaguely familiar, but I'm not sure. So, yeah. But as I was saying, thank you guys very much for your support. The fact that there's 8 hours on the timer, 6.5 hours into this Tipathon, that's more than I ever could have hoped for. Granted, I've given away like 3 of those hours, but it's to help give back to you guys in some way. Because obviously, just streaming alone is not enough, but I mean, there's only so much I can do at this point in my life because of everything, and streaming is one of those things. Anyway, I am going to take a short break. I'm also going to turn on the AC because, Jesus Christ, it's hot here. Yeah, I figured it was some sort of drink. That much was obvious. But anyway, I'm going to take a short break to stand up, stretch, and do all that good stuff. I am going to run some ads while I'm away. It's the only time during the stream that I run ads. I don't like ads at all, personally, when watching a stream, but I think if you're going to run ads at any point during a stream, the best time to run them is when you're already away, not playing a game. And in this instance, by running them on my hourly break, it will disable pre-rolls until the next hourly break. It's a win-win, right? And if you've got a sub, you shouldn't see ads regardless. So it's just 3 minutes of trying to make, or 3 to 5 minutes of trying to make you go to the bathroom, because yeah, I should work on that AFK screen at some point. Make it a little less runny water sounding. Anyway, BRB. Alrighty, I am back. What's going on, Static? I see you just poked your head in there. Literally, according to that emote. We come back from the break that I wasn't expecting to happen, but here we are. Speaking of which, it is halfway through the stream. Despite how much I talked about it in the last hour, I do just want to reiterate, I am doing a Tipathon this week, and potentially into next week, depending on how things go. Feeling lousy. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Especially if it's just for a short period of time, relatively speaking. Everybody's got their ups and downs in their life, right? For one reason or another. But yeah, Tipathon is basically a subathon, but focusing more on tips than subs. Because, well, let's be real, if you're gonna spend your money, who would you rather it go to? Half to me, half to Twitch, or all to me? If you don't want any to go to me, that's fine. You don't have to contribute. I mean, you can see the clock now. It's almost 8 hours. We're getting to day 4 at this point. It's only day 2. Ah, I see, Static. Oh, I hope you're feeling better then. Now that you got your stuff. It's not something I personally have to deal with, though maybe I should, to be completely honest. But, money. Doing better than I was a couple days ago, but still not enough in the long term for all that shit. Anyway, that's getting off topic. Yeah, it's a tipathon. It's just basically a subathon, but focusing on tips. And yeah, the timer at the top, there's no need to worry for tonight. There's no need to worry technically for tomorrow night either. I'm streaming daily from Sunday to Thursday as long as this lasts. I started yesterday, Monday. But, yeah, the timer's ticking down while I'm live. I do pause it near the end of the stream, not exactly at the end of it. And I also resume it a little after the start of the stream as I'm getting into the game. Ah, yeah, gotcha, Static. Gotcha. Life is fun, isn't it? Not really, necessarily. Anyway, there are some goals to associate with the Tipathon. Just to mention them, we're currently $44, I think it is, from the next one. But honestly, if nobody contributes the rest of tonight or tomorrow, that's fine. Again, we've made it further than I expected to. You guys are too generous, honestly. I will be looking over everything again going into tomorrow's stream, by the way. It is as it is right now, but I don't know. I could end up tweaking the goals a little bit, and if anything, they would most likely be in your guys' favor. In your guys'. Yes, that is English. Anyway. The document that has all the goals listed as well as what does what and everything is available through the Tipathon command. I'll just run it because... and ignore the end time that it spits out because that's not true. I'm ending the stream before then. But yeah. If you're unable to help out, or you don't want to, that's fine. Can we not go 2 miles an hour, please? The textures do funny things when you're moving, or maybe that's supposed to be shadows. I don't know. Either way, they do funny things. You see that on the pole? Yeah, definitely. Kiosk. Yes, I built an elevator that goes up to the max height for the elevators, specifically so that I could get away from the water and all the sounds that it makes. 500 meters. Why not, right? Was it over here that we were working? No, it was over here. But yeah. We're just going to continue with Satisfactory through the rest of the night. Maybe there will be something different for tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. I do not have the resources for that. Only 500 meters. I mean, Static, I don't know if you saw, probably not just before it started heading down, but all the way up there, you can't see the ground anymore because of the fog. It's a little high up there for this game. Besides, if you actually need to take an elevator 500 meters up in this game, I mean, honestly, kudos to you. That's kind of absurd. You know, one of the things that I should do before covering all these up is sorting out the belts underneath. That'd be good. Let me just double check. Yes, that is 60. So, the first set is fine as it is. $120. $180. $240. And then it's Mark 4 from here on out. So that's those rows done, although I need to go all the way over here and do this. Because I haven't done these. 20. One. Was gonna be 180. Gonna run out of resources on all the crates before I'm even done working on the factory at this rate. But whatever. All my other factories around the map have been working this entire time. Now I've got to go back and recount it. 60, 120, 180, 240, Mark 4 going forward. Actually, while I'm back here, I should just stay over here and do this side of things. The idea is the same as the other side, though. $60, $120, $180, suddenly a lot of speed, $240. And once I'm beyond 270, it's just Mark 4 to 480, so. And then we do this. And yes, technically the belts are clipping into the tops of the mergers. But I mean, is that really that big of an issue? After all, if you look where they're clipping into, they're clipping into the top of it. So you could just say, essentially, that a section has secretly been taken out of the top of this. You would never know it looking at it, but it's been taken out and space has been made for the belt to occupy that space instead. Let's just stick with that story and not worry about some minor clipping that doesn't actually make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Yeah? Also, hold on, I'll just get an angle from over here. The not rounded end of the belt. Have I ruined the game for you yet? Now, how do I want to route this around? Yeah, that's right. Do this. No, it still just wants to do a silly thing there. And it ain't going all the way up there. Oh, come on, game. That would work so well, too, if you just allowed for it to happen. There's no way to make that work. There is one way to make it work, I just have to redesign this a little bit. Unfortunately, actually I wonder. Doesn't give a damn what I tell it to do, it's just completely ignoring it. That should be fine. Have you, Dingle? Okay. Don't know why you bothered, but I'm listening, I guess. And I don't really have a choice at this point. message chat, I'm gonna see it, whether I want to or not. Can I please? It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but it should work. Let's get it actually on the item. Oh, you would. Damn it. Fine, I'll just do this. Yeah, I think that works. It ain't pretty, but it works. This side shouldn't be as troublesome because I have more room to work with, since it, instead of going that way, it'll be going that way. Oh god, beam is also an option, yes. One that I have not played in quite a while, admittedly, but it is an option. What puts me... Nothing puts me in line because they're completely offset. Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. I have the Insane Trilogy? Do I? Huh, so I do. When did that happen? Neat. I mean, Kiosk, to be fair, I could have gotten that as part of a bundle. It could have been some sort of promotion that I got a key for. I'm pretty sure I didn't buy it on Steam itself. But, yeah, your point remains. Only need 3. What are those games, Tinkle? What? What did I just read? Will you cooperate with this? And does that leave you enough space? Just install them and find out. That's not reassuring. I mean, that's good enough, right, chat? Because it ain't gonna do that. Yeah, that as well, Storm. Good old Steam calculator. Do I own VR? No, I do not. I do not have VR. I could have, because I believe at some point Predominant did offer me his old headset, which instead went to Geeson, because at the time I didn't have the 10900K, and, well, just as a reminder, in case anybody doesn't know this, it's because of Predominant that I have a 2080 Ti, so I didn't want to double dip, essentially. It still doesn't resolve this one going up too. But that's okay. I can do this. Good enough. Not the refinery. Whole nation effects. Depends. Is it anything like the poker game that they played this past Saturday? Because if it is, count me out. Fucking hell. You know, actually, come to think of it, the last 2 Saturday nights where we haven't played GTA, instead a game has been played that I basically said nope to. Because the first night they were playing that Among Us ripoff, Duck Duck, whatever the hell it's called, that requires you to make an account before you can actually play the game. I did install it, I did boot it up, I got to that screen and I said, no, fuck you, close, uninstall. We're gonna play Among Us, let's just play Among Us. Goose Goose Duck? Whatever. You get the idea of what I'm doing, of what I'm talking about. This past weekend they were doing poker something or other. And I mean, that game might not technically be bad, but I just wasn't interested. Not in playing it myself. Dingle, are you saying that in response to your previous comment? Well, technically 2 comments before, or the not Among Us game? Just for clarification. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. You know, honestly, I think I'd almost rather do this. Like this. No. You. Yeah, kiosk, but again, upon logging in, or upon booting up the game, the first thing you're asked to do before you can do literally anything else is to log into an account. No! I will not, thank you. Now, do I undo all of that immediately? I think I do, because I think I want to route this differently. That was a foundation. Yeah, exactly, kiosk. Yes. No, thank you. Not interested in the slightest. That belt is temporary, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of, like, software for peripherals and things like that, fucking IQ as of late. My god. I just had to reinstall it because, for yet again, It was good for a little while, but previously it was giving me shit and, like, corrupting itself or something. But most recently, what it decided to do was to, well, apparently the macro execution engine was corrupted, so I had to repair it. And how do you repair it? Just reinstall it. That's the easiest way. Trust me, you do not want to have to deal with trying to repair it, because, do you like running command line commands? Do you like using command line? That's how you do it, as far as I can tell. So, yeah, IQ as of late has been getting on my nerves. I do not appreciate it. Okay, so I could go one for the back. Yeah, that's very true, Static. I mean, yeah. You're not wrong, Static. But here's the thing, right? I shouldn't have to use that multiple times in the course of a month. That's the sort of issues I've been having with IQ as of late. And again, it was good for a little while there, but then suddenly just macro engine deaded. Why do I have to keep fixing IQ? You know what's funny? I used Q for the longest time, had no issues with it. Finally updated to IQ with the updated computer. Same idea with Logitech. I'm still, to this day, using Logitech gaming software. I have not updated to G-Hub. Specifically because Logitech said, fuck you, to me, because I have an old headset and an old mouse of theirs. The headset, fine. I can kind of understand it's an old headset. It's over 10 years old. I should replace it. But my mouse. Really? Well, I'm still using LGS, and you know what? As long as I stay on LGS 9.02, which was the newest version until like last year, it works fine. The latest version broke force feedback on me, so that's why I'm not on the absolute latest, but, yeah. My point is basically, certain softwares, I swear, just... right there. You can go right there. And then you can go right there. You right there. I guess I technically could have put this a little bit closer, but also it's in line with this, so it didn't need to be any closer, because otherwise these wouldn't be parallel. Details. Yeah, they do still use that, don't they, Kiosk? It's great that. That's very true, Static. For better or for worse, that's what they said. This one. Now, in theory, if I've lined this up correctly, I should be able to just do this. I did it correctly! Just for worse, but it was never a possibility. Fair point. Is it wrong feeling like that wireless shit is less money than wired? I mean, technically there is less material in some ways there. Maybe not entirely, but... maybe? Kiosk? I don't know. Now, I think this is where things start getting fun. I'll turn on my flashlight just in case it makes viewing on stream a little bit easier. No, I can still sneak it past here for a little bit. And then the last one goes to there. Okay. But the thing with these two right here is that if I wanted to do the same sort of thing, I basically do one there and then one there, right? Though I need more encased beams because what else is new? Yeah, I am going to need a lot more encased beams by the end of this because I just do not have any more here. Oh, it wasn't a question. Fair enough, kiosk. Are they? I guess a little, yeah. Can't get it with direct line of sight, more or less, but clipping through other belts? Yeah, sure, that works. That's very true, actually, kiosk, yeah. You're a bit of an odd item in that sense. But that's where we stand in the game, so it's what it is. Nope, can't do that. And that's too close? Yeah. There we go. So that's now half of the unbottling things. Still have the document open. The unpackaging things dealt with. They are extremely useful, aren't they, Kia? If you remember in my Update 4 world, no, Update 5 world, the one that I streamed last year, what I ended up doing instead, because obviously we didn't have them at that point, was this. And I'm overextending it purely for easier visualization. But then what I did was... There you go. Again, these would be much shorter. But you could then stack belts maybe a little bit further spaced apart, right? No, please. It worked. But these are just much more convenient. If we just go here. Is that unreasonable? Technically, that's not even unreasonable. I don't need that. Well, I'll do it because I can. It's getting up towards the height of that, but I can always drop it down on the other side of the cross here. Basically, I just want to leave ample space underneath for things and stuff. Since, well, that is in an area where I don't think it'll be necessary to do anything. This area, I mean, it shouldn't, but since I can, I might as well. Really, I should have done these up beforehand, but again, I don't really expect to be needing anything to pass through here. Since these are... You can see, they take water in empty canisters and they produce packaged water. And guess where the packaged water goes? It hasn't been routed yet, but it comes out here and it runs down this way. And it goes over here to these guys. On the input side, though. Not the outputs like that. Train. Nice lag. Is that right? Well, straight across is to there, clearly. Not there. There. What's up, Kelly? Long, gentle run down this way. The ceiling? Maybe for you. Well, I guess technically if I look up in real life, yeah, it is for me as well. God, I haven't heard that one in a long time. Belt pipe level indication. That actually would be nice, because you can get off on the angle and not even realize it. It's subtle enough at times. So many people off at work doing that. I mean, understandable, honestly. Oh yeah, I can't actually do this, can I? That's fine. I'll just undo what I just did. I technically shouldn't have deleted what I just did there. The stackable poles. But yeah, I can't block these off because of this stuff. I need pipes to run out here, so if I block it off completely, won't be having such a good time as a result. That's fine. I can just have them run up here. Nope. Gotta start them on that side, otherwise they'll be the wrong way. Also, I'm almost out of the encased beams again. Nice, Callie. Oh, boy. Yeah, your coworkers really must love you. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would make the most sense to go up here. No, that was too high. I don't actually know how high it needs to be for sure or not. I need to get it over here. And there we go, I'm out. That didn't take long. Yep. Nothing left. Oh, is that what's being produced over here? The encased beams? Yeah, I'd say so. Just do that. They're not produced very quickly, but they're produced in the background, and that's what really matters. Yeah, 12 per minute I'm making. 11.25. Close enough. There's also some extra stuff over here so that I can have these versatile frameworks. This way. And then computers. Oh, I landed on the ground. What a shame. I honestly wasn't concerned very much about actually falling into the water, clipping through the floor like that, because water level, right there. If I fall through the ground, I just end up in the water, and I'm right there, so it does not matter in the slightest. I mean, besides being too close, that was spot on. Really? Okay, that's why. Oh, it was 12. Interesting. Good enough. Oh, please. Please! There we go. That should line up, and should be sufficient for that. Then this one. No, cannot be the clock. Damn. Yeah, I want to do it this way. Yeah, it's... I would prefer they not do that, but I'm too close otherwise, so... Damn. Fine, I'll go over this way. It's not great. Could be better. But it works well enough. But... I do believe that to be it for the item routing. On this side of things. Which means there's only a little bit more. And at this point, that's just these guys. Hypertubes with wider curve have been your bane for that reason. Understandable. I think what I want to do for this... just pre-run the tubes. I might change these, but the key thing is I want the tubes to be more or less out this way. I'm just filling in the spaces. And then I can just run all the belts along this way. And since I already know what the clearance needed for everything is, and I can just do it. course, it'll have to wait until the next hour, because there's a break that's about to happen, but, you know. Yeah, that seems to work. Works well enough for me. Of course, what I could try and do is just feed the belts underneath of these, but... yeah. Ewok, what's up? You have terrible timing again. I mean, it's fine, but I'm literally about to go to break. Which is why I'm riding up here. You guys. Actually just finishing work, clocking out in 2 minutes. Nice! Dingle shush. I'm hiding. Well, you know, if we hit that, the highest goal that's on the list of goals right now as part of the Tipathon, the, what is it? $669 goal? If we hit that, you could see me. Not that you want to, apparently. That's what people have said, but... also, there was just an autosave, because of course there was. Bot's almost right in its wording right there, but also it goes towards the Tipathon, so... anyway, I'm going to take a short break to stand up, stretch, and do all that good stuff. When I come back, we'll finish out the final hour of this segment of the Tipathon. And there's going to be sufficient time left on the clock, no matter what happens, that I will be live for the entire night tomorrow night, and at least a little bit come Thursday. Was not expecting to be able to say that, but here we are. But yeah, I'm going to take a short break. I am going to run some ads while I'm away. It's the only time during the stream that I run ads. That way it doesn't interfere with the gameplay. And also, by running ads now, it disables pre-rolls for the next hour so that the gameplay can be completely ad-free, which is the idea. Air conditioner just shut off. It's quiet now. Kinda nice. Anyway. Jerby? Alrighty, I am back, final time tonight, and once again, just want to point out, I am doing what I'm calling a Tipathon, which is just basically a subathon, but it's focused more on tips than anything else. And, for some reason, there's almost 7 hours left on the clock at the end, almost the end of day 2. It'll be closer to 6 hours by the end of it, but... well, as it stands, it'll be closer to 6 hours. I don't expect anybody to help out today, or maybe even tomorrow. But, yeah, you guys have already been extremely generous just today, never mind yesterday as well. We are only $44 for the next goal. Single, shut up. The next goal is for me to figure out how to stream myself assembling a Lego kit of some description. It probably won't be a very big one, and if worse comes to worse, it won't actually be Lego, but if I can find the instructions for it, I've got a Lego, not Lego, I don't even remember what brand it is, but it's a Ford GT with made out of not Lego. Sitting over in a box over there. Again, I'm not 100% sure on where the instructions are, but I could assemble that. That would be a long one, but at least I don't have to spend any extra money on it. So that's a thing. Also, if we somehow hit the highest goal at this point, the $669 goal, which was originally $1,000, but I decided, you know what, I should bring that in a little bit more. I'll go on a road trip. I'll film a vlog of sorts on a certain location or around a certain area. Just, you know, driving around, pointing out some of the sights in the area. Things like that. And I'll also do a face reveal so that you can finally see what I look like, because I know everybody is dying for that to happen. We won't get to that point. I wouldn't mind taking the road trip, though. That would be fun. Especially if I can do it just the right time of year, the fall. If I can time it right with all the leaves changing color, kind of like what this AFK screen is like. That'd be nice. If we hit that $669 goal, though, then I wouldn't have to worry so much about the camera, because, like, ideally, I don't really want to end up showing myself on screen beyond, like, my arms and hands. You know, just assembling the thing, but... yeah. Anyway, that's that. There's more information in the document linked in Tipathon. I can run it real quick just because. Ignore the timer stops thing. That's a remnant from the subathon last year because I just hijacked the script from that. Work smarter, not harder. Anyway. Let's get back down to ground level. See some of my stuffs over there. Some of my stuffs. I don't even see what that looks like, Dingle. That's the best part. I'm not sure I know what H is, so... do something real quick. You guys and your emotes. What's up, Predominant? Air conditioner is back now that I'm off a break, because of course it is. As wide as the chat window. Yeah, that's what W does. It makes it wide. I don't know what H does, though. Oh, right. I was on the front side of this, wasn't I? Yeah. Predominant, a Tipathon. It's a subathon, but we don't support Twitch as much, in theory. And somehow, despite starting yesterday, we're going to be going into 4 days of this. Oh, Dingle, please. Yeah, it does, Static. Oh, that's a good thing, but it does. Oh yeah, there's these down here as well, aren't there? This doesn't matter as much since ones are just... yeah, right there. These are over here, and the first belt that I actually have to worry about is right here. Oh, that's quite old, isn't it, then? And there's predominant. Oh, boy. Okay, I know what that one does. My client does not support it, and by the way, Dingle, I looked, there is no setting for that stuff that I can find. Oh. You mentioned at some point before that it exists. I am not so sure about that. Yeah, I could go a little bit closer. Right there. I am predominant. So you can actually see that then? Just requires a plug-in. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know that I need a plug-in. I know at this point most of those modifiers, so I know what the vaguely I know what it is supposed to look like. I'm not too bothered by it. But here, then bring this over to here. Oh, I see, predominant. That makes sense. I'm not saying it makes sense that it's dodgy as fuck. I'm just saying it makes sense that, okay, that's why you have a plugin. Yeah, see, that's why I said that. I realized the double meaning there of what I said. I caught it. And then there's Dingle. I'll do that one first. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not the best thing in the world, but I mean, especially if you're the only one using it, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Oh, right. Oh. Now, if I really cared, I could wrap this around to here and then do it up, and then, you know, basically just have this here double. Well, not even that, just single stacked, and then, you know, have one of those right there, and then ramp it up. But it doesn't matter that much. Besides, I don't know that I'll be coming back to this world after the Tipathon is over. And I mean this world in Satisfactory, not the world I exist in. Just to be clear. Since, courtesy of hitting that one goal, what was it, 175? I'm going to be doing a Satisfactory Update 8 playthrough now. At some point in the not too distant future. I can make that bend, right? Yeah. With a minor amount of clipping, but that's alright. It's just the Mark IV belts is all. Very wide models. It's okay, Kios. It's up there. You don't see it. Just, you don't see it. Don't worry about it. That's odd. I can't get the hotkeys to work now. Oh, it was the elevator phenomenon. Sorry about that. The elevators ding when you reach a level. You know, I've already got some infrastructure here. How many do I actually have? 1, 2, 3... Not quite enough at this point, but that's actually fine. I can work with that. Because again, the whole thing of keeping the belts out of the way. Tubes. There we go. That's too far. Yeah, right there is the one I want. And you're already done up? Yep. No other outputs, right? No. We'll go to there and then ramp up because, you know, that way it's not clipping through that nearly as much. Also, that needs to be marked 4. And then I can just leave it where it is. It'll reach. Technically, I could bump it up further if I really wanted to. It's also a Mark IV. But again, I'm trying to keep space open for these guys. Actually, you know what? I should move it up. I should move it up simply to ensure that there's sufficient space towards the end. It would be better if I did it that way. That is level, right? Yeah. Why? Come back here. You're not the elevator that's supposed to function. Okay. You know? Yeah, that's why it wasn't working before, because if you're in the wrong spot, the elevators will conflict when they're right next to each other. Train. Interesting. I was not aware of that. But I've also never had two elevators directly next to each other, I believe, because why would I? Okay, honestly, I don't know. 4, 5. That looked level to me based on how it was, so is it? Yes. There we go. Except I still need to get it past these. And I think what'll end up happening, this is offset slightly because of the way that this was made. Don't worry about that. I have the same down there, so that I have plenty of space to get the tubes dealt with. Oh, come on. Back up here. Yes, the dings are from my game. Here. So there's no more confusion about that. Just turn them off. In fact, they were off on that one. Sure, that looks fine to me. Let's go furthest away. Now there's no more issues with it. Okay. Hopefully I actually have the resources over here, because I'm getting low. Alright. I've definitely not done a good job of keeping track of what's what, or which parts of the factory, but it's alright. Again, all this time spent essentially idling for the other things, you know, as far as they're concerned, I've just been not really doing much of anything in that regard, so... Everything is restocking. That looks horrible. I have an idea. Might not actually help that much. You know... That is one way to do it, I guess. Doesn't fix much, but... Let's put this back to how it was. Yeah, I don't think there's any easy way to actually do this sort of, like... doing it ahead of time, essentially. Can I please? That looks a little better. Still ain't great, but a little better. Granted, that's doing its thing now. Much around here. Acceptable. That is acceptable for me. How... The grabbing of things in this game sometimes does not make a lot of sense. Okay, now that that monstrosity is done, let's do this with them. If I do it like this, I can then do this. And do that. That one can be there. And that one... I fall off again. There. Simplicity's sake, I'm just going to run these straight through to here. Not only doesn't leave a tiny little belt that's kind of pointless, but it also reduces the object count in the world, which, while I doubt that I'll ever come anywhere near the actual cap, the fewer instances of that, the better, generally. Also, the more stuff you have on the map, the longer it takes to save. Speaking of which, autosave incoming. Alright, there we go. I need a lot. Now it again. Someday I'll get through this without running out of items. Unfortunately, these belts just take so many bloody resources that this happens more often than not. I haven't unlocked aluminum products yet because I was going to wait to do that until after I completed this factory. Of course, that was all the way back in early June. And then I stopped playing the game for almost 2 months. And now I've decided to come back to it on stream, because this was an off-stream save. Come back to it on stream for the Tipathon. I haven't played Satisfactory in a while, after all. I know people enjoy it, even if it's not update 8. I don't think I made this tall enough. I might be able to get away with that on the far end, but here, I don't think so. Or I'll go up to 10 meters, why not? run those. There we go. Wait. Damn it. Okay. Need to go up. I don't need to go up 10 meters. I need to go up 8 meters on these. The best part is I have that little preview, so I should know. But no, I was so focused on... Well, the others were 10 meters, so... Clearly, I want 10 meters. Oh, also, this is kind of an odd point to mention this in the stream, but I keep forgetting to mention it. I have decided that because of this Tipathon, I will not be doing any sort of special streams or such for September. Because assuming that Twitch maintains what they've been doing the last however many years now, there will be September happening, right? I've decided that, well, I won't necessarily be completely not taking part in September. I'm not going to do anything like over the top with it or anything. It doesn't feel right to do two sort of big-ish things, kind of like I did last year. You remember with the subathon actually? It doesn't feel right doing that back-to-back for the months like that. Oh. Regular streams will commence in September as per normal, assuming nothing changes massively with my situation. But, yeah. Just thought I'd mention that before I forget to mention it yet again. Train. Those trains are running for no reason at this point. There's literally zero reason for them to run, because all the stations are full. They're not transferring any resources. And there's a train over here as well, just pulling in the station. That's the one that just left. Air conditioner kicks back on. There's no need for it. But, well, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, you know? It doesn't really matter that they're continuously running. This should be sufficient, right? They take 60 per minute. There's 8 of them, so yeah. We just need to do this. 120, 180, 240, and then all Mark 4s the rest of the way. Mark 4, Mark 4, Mark 4. Not this area. There we go. I purposely didn't do these up because I just didn't feel like doing it at the time, really. I could have, but I'll just leave it to future me. Oh, balls, I forgot about that aspect of it. It'll sort itself out. Oh, I already did these, duh. Oh, right. Because this one's one of the short sides. Short ends of it. Bonk. A little under 20 minutes left in the night. 6 hours, 15 minutes left on the timer. That's ridiculous, but that's where we're at. Do that like that, I guess. Please don't be in the water. Thank you. Just easier to take the one off the top on this side since it's out of the way versus this one. I've just taken the one that's right in line since I'm looping it back around. Right there. Wait, no. Right there. I have 3 here. This one will come down to the top level because it doesn't need to go any further. That one goes to there. This one goes there. I actually need to build these out. I bring this out now over to... Surely that's too far, but it is still showing the snap line, so I don't know. Maybe it's not. It out like that. Then just run these across like this. Really run from the top down because it's just easier to see everything that way. Christ, I took 600 of them and I'm out already. These belts are stupid expensive. I could just go on the other side to these, but oh well. Alright, let's try that again. You into there. You up to there. How much is that clip? Basically not at all. This is just my default height for these. Technically they could be lower, but I do like being able to run on top of the pipes just in case I need to for some reason. So, thus why they're that tall. Do hope that that's not too close for it. But since the game wouldn't let me test it when I was originally making the schematic for it, should be fine. Just got it placed. Hadn't rendered in, but that's alright. Yeah, sure, why not? At this point, what's it matter? Getting there, that's what matters. Alright, well, I think that's all the item routing for this part of the factory. All that's left is the fluids. Which is a time in and of itself. That looks so jank. Yeah. Well, par for the course with me in Satisfactory. That should be it for that. Still got a lot of work to do. This part of the factory, specifically this half of this area, because there's a half here, there is a divide, believe it or not. So this half needs water. That half needs to actually be hooked up to outputs. Fluid outputs. And that fuel just goes to generators. Probably better than what you would do if you played this game. About as clean as it could be for vanilla. Well, I am playing modded, so... Your T key is double pressing? Oh, I love when keys do that. I actually had that issue with the R key on my keyboard for a while, but it just suddenly stopped doing it, and it's working just fine, and has been for quite a while. So, hopefully the same happens to you, Ellie. Magically resolves itself. But yeah, these fluid outputs are the fuel, as well as down there on this side. They need to go off, say, over that way, or something. And I need to get water input on this side, as I said. And then these, the refineries, all need... There must be a load line, like, right around here. Yep. Okay. Um, they all need heavy oil residue, which I need to get all the crude oil from this biome, which is what that train over there is for. That train is actually just leaving the station right now. And if you were expecting me to walk off the platform, don't worry, I walked backwards. So, this factory is far from complete, but I think the biggest amount of resource movement is this area because 1,380 crude oil needs to be turned into 1,840 heavy oil residue. I need 3,680 water for over there. And then there's 3,680 canisters being circulated around between being empty, being packaged water, and then being packaged fuel, which is creating 3,680 fuel per minute. Oh boy. That got automodded. Why? Motherfuckers is bullying. Okay. You're not wrong, Twitch, but come on now. Yeah, you had to activate it static because Evil... I don't even think he came around during the beginning of the stream. At least he didn't chat, I think. So since he wasn't here to piss off Automod, somebody had to. Yeah, there's your blender. Don't think you've ever triggered Automod. To be fair, Callie, you're a VIP, and I'm 99% sure VIPs trigger it a lot less than non-VIPs. So, as a result, that would help to explain why, because you've been a VIP here for a very long time. Your responsibility then. Yeah, something like that. That is not the right set of keys. VIPs can't trigger it, like, at all? Is that actually how it is? That's kind of dumb. Like, if that genuinely is the case where it's not just relaxed for them, but they can't trip it at all, that's actually really not a good design decision by Twitch. That's bad. That's really bad. All it takes is one compromised account and one bad actor to have a really bad situation on your hands. Especially if you've got chat on screen. Speaking of which, chat on screen! Twitch make a bad decision? Never. No. Timer is paused. You can see it's not visible on this screen. $69 Canadian. Well, unfortunately, I think by the time that it actually hits my pocket... Actually, I don't even know. I don't know how that works, because if... Assuming you went through PayPal, Callie, I don't know if that's before or after PayPal takes its extra 4% cut or whatever of international currency exchanges. But yeah, thank you for the 69 Canadian dollars. It's a shame that it came out that close to 50, but did a conversion beforehand. Ah, okay. So that probably is the actual amount that I'll get. well, before the 2.9% plus 30 cents or whatever comes out of it, but whatever. It's a minor thing. Okay. Here, what's the timer at? 6 hours, 2 minutes. No, it's not actually. That does not include Kelly's little tip there, which, thank you very much for that, Kelly. It's very much. Just proving me wrong time and time again on this. No, we won't have any more for the night. Why would that happen? There's like 8 hours left on the clock. I'm going to go back to this because it doesn't have the water noise. $52 roughly would have been 104 minutes. Plus an additional 30 minutes on top of that because of the bonus of being $50 or more. So that's over 2 more hours added onto the clock. So it looks like we're getting through day 4 in its entirety. And depending on how the next 2 days go, I'm going to go back to here. I don't have the timer on this scene. I didn't put it here because it doesn't update when it's paused because of the way that I store the data. I'm using Unix timestamps, which makes things a little bit more complicated when pausing the clock. I have to essentially recalculate it as it's resumed. Yeah, anyway. Again, this was only ever really intended to be used for a single segment, with maybe very brief breaks in amongst that single segment. So it was never meant to be broken up into multiple streams like this. But yeah. Depending on how the next 2 days go, the Thursday stream, day 4, may or may not go the entire length. Or no, that's not what I'm wanting to say. Of course it'll go the entire length. 8 hours on the clock. Over 8 hours. What I wanted to say is that if there's not enough time left on the clock, I might continue the stream to let the timer run out. Because there's no sense in me going live and then, okay, 30 minutes later, bye, the timer's dead, Tipathon's over, bye, you know. But there's still 2 days to go, so I don't know. You guys continue to surprise me with your generosity. So we'll see what happens. Thanks to Kelly's tip, though, we have officially hit the $269 goal. So I guess I need to figure out a way to stream myself building Lego and also get a hold of some Lego. Yep, that's a thing that's going to have to happen now. $269. The tips goal, yeah, there's a list of goals that I've set up, and I'll probably add to it if I can figure stuff out predominant, but if you don't mind opening a document, there it is. Otherwise, there's been a number of goals that were hit. Like I said, the most recent one is that I'm going to do an on-stream Lego build at some point. It might have to wait a little bit. Just bear with me. Also, there you go. That's how you know that there's 8 hours on the clock, because the bot said that the clock stops at 8 a.m. So yes, Dingle did a 69 point redemption thing. There are currently at this time 2 more goals listed in the list. $420 for the retro, quote unquote, not really retro streams to finally happen. And by retro, I do mean like they're not retro. It's PS2 and GameCube. Please do not say that they're retro consoles. They are not. No, they are not retro. You cannot tell me otherwise. I don't care if they are. They are not retro. They're not that old, please. I still have to do at least one stream revisiting PS1 games that I played as a kid. My face is a retro console. They're classics. That doesn't make it any better, Kelly. Legacy consoles? Legacy? Yeah, okay. I can accept Legacy, because Legacy isn't necessarily that old. For instance, my iPhone 6S, you would probably consider that a Legacy iPhone at this point? But it was new in 2015. It's not that old. It's less than 10 years, so I can accept Legacy. I do have a full playthrough of something to do. I don't know what that game will be. I haven't figured it out. If anybody's got any suggestions, of course, preferably leave it in Discord. I know not everybody is in Discord, and they have their reasons for not being there one way or another. That's fine. But if you got any suggestions, that is the best place to leave them, because I have a channel specifically for suggestions, which just makes it easier to keep track of them. I do have a Satisfactory Update 8 playthrough in my future as well, and now, of course, the Lego build is the most recent one. I actually do need to do this, because bot doesn't actually know the goals, and so I have to manually update it. So at this exact moment in time, the next goal is $420 for the retro streams, retro quote unquote, and then $669 for the mini road trip vlog and face reveal, which I like the first half of that, not necessarily the second part. Gotta play LIS. Yeah, that keeps coming up. And that's why it keeps coming up, because Dingle. I do want to try and figure out more goals, but again, I am terrible at this, and I'm not good at actually coming up with things, especially... Well, let me put it this way. I could have a number of goals centered around Pokemon, but nobody wants to watch me play Pokemon. I know that. There's a couple of people who might, but in general, Pokemon is one of the worst games for my channel. So, it's not a good goal to have. Yeah, see? As much as I like Pokemon, that's not a widely held opinion. So, which is unfortunate for me, but it is what it is. So yeah, I'll think about the goals again. I might update them again for tomorrow. I don't know, maybe by the end of Thursday, if it hasn't hit that point already, the $669 goal will be $500. I don't know. Maybe there will be more in there somewhere. Like I said, I'll think about it. Always open for suggestions. I know, LIS. Yeah, I know. But, yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern again. I'm not gonna be playing Pokemon, believe it or not. After all, the alpha hunting has been getting much, much slower as of late, to the point where I'm getting more shinies than alphas, which is not bad, but when the goal is to get the alpha Pokemon, it's not great. So I won't be doing Pokemon tomorrow. I don't know exactly what I will be. I might be just returning to Satisfactory again, or I almost hit the wrong button there. I might be... It says Pokemon Legends, just ignore that. That's when the next stream is. I might be doing something else other than Satisfactory. I don't know yet. I wasn't entirely planning on streaming tomorrow, because I wasn't expecting to have 8 hours left on the timer at the end of day 2. So, yeah, that's a thing. You guys. Really? Ow. No, it's not, and you pronounced it wrong. I'm surprised that it handled hours, minutes, and seconds there as well as it did. It actually handled it no problem. Neat. I think that was a little on the quiet side. I could probably up the volume on that, but yeah, Twitch added the ability to have alerts for channel point redemptions. And, by the way, predominance message there is highlighted. It doesn't show it on the stream chat, but it was a point redemption. It did say 2000 hours, didn't it? Or just 2000? It didn't say 2000 hours. It just said 2000, right? Close enough. It's on cooldown. Well, yeah, because I don't want people setting off alerts constantly for channel point redemptions. Sorry, not sorry. That's actually been a thing for like a week and a half at this point. Predominant, please. Yeah, exactly, static. 2000 EDT. Yeah, that's acceptable. Anyway, I'm gonna start wrapping up the stream now. As if I haven't already been doing that the last little bit. I mean, that's a fair point, Kelly. I just didn't know how expensive I wanted it to be in the first place because, like, I don't know. Essentially, anybody can redeem it if they have enough channel points and put whatever the fuck they want on stream. I would assume that automod catches bad shit, but it's still kind of like, do I really want that to be a thing? You know? Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna run some ads on the way out, as I usually do. You guys. If you want to stick around for the ads, feel free. If not, feel free to leave. It doesn't matter. My chat is being silly at this point. Yeah. There's nothing after the ads, so you don't have to worry about No, I'm not blurring it. I don't make shit off of YouTube, so I don't give a damn. If Twitch doesn't care enough that they're not gonna demonetize my streams because of having it on stream chat, then, you know, I don't care. I agree with you. Anyway, I'm wrapping up now. That's gonna do it for me tonight. Thank you everyone for watching, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Later. You weirdos.